apart from Bahamas, that has a track record of democracy from 1729 right on up to today, without missing a beat, without firing one shot to change an administration. Do you know of any? See, that in itself, we can use that to sell to the whole world. You see all these people who like to come and worship God? They like to pray. They just come and spend 8 days. They live in the hotel. They go to the restaurant. They buy from the local vendors. You know what kind of money we could make? Just from those kind of tourists, like I said, members from my church. When they come to Bahamas, they spend at least 12 days. Although the festival would run for 8 days, they come before the festival. And they bring 1/10 of their money that they save for 1 year. Not them chicken in the bag tourists. These are people with money. They come with money. They bring their family. They bring their workers with them. And they rejoice before the Lord. They don't go in no casino to gamble. They spend money. Those are the kind of tourists we need, and plenty of them out there looking for a place where they could come. And we have to invite them here, Bahamians. Not these chicken in the bag people who are cheap. We don't need them. Well, they could go elsewhere if they want to. But we need to get that high-level tourists who come to worship God, to enjoy and have a good time with fellowship one with another. And when their time is up, they don't stay in the country illegally. They go home. You ain't got to worry about them staying here. I mean, they could stay a little bit longer. I don't have no problem with that. I don't think the Bahamian government would have any problem with that. They'll just extend their permit. But the point is, these are your best people to be coming to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. They spend money. They bring money. They don't come looking for money. They bring the money with them. Those are the kind of tourists we need to go after. And there's plenty of them out there who want to come. Now you got them fellas who say they're business people. And, you know, they go into casino and them kind of thing. I ain't talking about that kind of tourist. Although they have money in their hand, how much they spend with the local people, that's a different kettle of fish, I don't know. But I know when those who come to worship God at their conventions, they spend money with the local people. Okay, the taxi drivers make money, the tour operators, well, those who rent cars and things like that, they make money. And they probably will participate in events what go on in the country. So we have a golden opportunity to rebuild the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, even though we've made some mistakes in the past. That's why the Prime Minister is trying to do it. The electricity, so we can have stability with electricity. So when the tourists come, the lights are on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Then they will tell them, people say, you know some, and people in the Bahamas, they light on all the time. And like I said yesterday, we wanted to stay on till Christ come back. This now and then crap, what we've been experiencing, is no good. And so we ought to work with our government to see to it what we can assist in doing to make sure that our country has electricity, have the right equipment, have the right personnel. Of course, they say they got a couple other companies. I don't know too much about them. But we have to investigate that, because I just hearing these names. We don't know who the owners are. We don't know where their office is. We don't know any telephone numbers for them. I don't know what kind of companies they are. But maybe they're just names. Somebody just pulled names out of the hat. But we don't know their... Now, We know where BPL is. We know where BEC was, right? Big headquarters right down there on Blue Hill Road. Now the BPL people took over that headquarters building. And some of the other things that BEC had, we don't know what happened to them. We got to find out what happened to them. The transition from BEC to BPL, and then they said Bahamas is a great company. I don't know nothing about them. But I hear the name. What are they supposed to be doing? Prime Minister talked about the engines and then the distribution of electricity. So you could have all the engines in place. But if you have the distribution system in place where they put the wires and other things, that the lines and all that sort of thing, BC used to do all of that. But now they say they got some other people, PPL, hiring some other people to do, or as they call it, outsourcing of these things. And let me just say before I get off this, we've had a good crop of Bahamians who were trained in England to run those engines and to run them safely. And when they were doing the work, we had all these interruptions like we have now. Even when it was BEC, we didn't have these kind of interruptions. On the old equipment. Prime Minister said that was old equipment. Yeah, it was old because it was not maintained. It just was allowed to run down, and not maintained. And he said some of the infrastructure there was from before independence. I could understand that. That is true. Because BEC existed before independence. So it was a long time, over 53 years plus. And he talked about the weather affecting the underground cables that PPL has. And you have the heat, extensive heat, that's having an effect on the equipment. So we have to deal with that. But the point is, we need solutions, real solutions to problems. Now, the man is saying what he will do. We got to monitor it. And I want Bahamians to listen to what the man has to say and critique it intelligently. Don't just dismiss it as politics. Some of you do that all the time. And you make no meaningful contribution to your country. But these people who were trained, I would have thought, with all this tremendous institutional knowledge that they collectively had, my father's generation didn't get it. But my brother, who came in the next generation after him, plenty of them went to school in England, got in service awards, and my brother in particular, my one who was senior to me, he went and he spent a lot of time in Scotland and England, well trained, well qualified. And there were others who were trained and qualified. And I would have thought that if we could have gotten enough of them, this is where you go to Article 24.1 of your Constitution, the collective will of a people. Now they got plenty of money with their retirement packages and they went their separate ways. That's an individual thing. I'm not even interested in that. What about the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? What about the common good? Wouldn't it have been nice if they had gotten their act together, form a company or unit or organization, and see what they could do to help PPL, instead of having some other funny people coming in here, say they could do this, they could do that, when you have already spent millions of dollars payment. I talk about millions of dollars, which was spent on these people to deal with electrical work in this country. We can't benefit from that now because they're all scattered. They went this place, that place, the next place. Then another group who came after him, my baby brother, was involved in that group. And they were well trained, highly trained. They got their packages, good packages. PEC and Patelco at the time, they gave good packages to their people. But they also went their separate way. So what we got today, this is what we got now. All this crap going on. I think people who have the opportunity to get that institutional knowledge in their heads, and they made money, I'm not knocking them for making money, but think about the welfare of the citizenry of this country. What can they do collectively to give that service to the Bahamian people? That was not thought of. That was not even figured into anything. That was just left hanging. Now the Prime Minister said they were renting equipment, and all the money went out the door. When you rent from the man, you got to pay him. So he's decided to do something different. So let's hope that he can get it together. And he says he's sticking with that. We have to monitor it. We have to watch and see what happens. And that is why it's important you get the information down pat. In fact, I'm going to go through that entire speech and get the main key points that the Prime Minister mentioned in that speech. Because it's important that we understand what is happening in our country. That's our tax money in this, you know. The man says $600 million in debt. I understand how that happened. The man need to explain that to me. How? Where does the debt come from? Because I know BEC is sent. And BEC was the only company providing electrical service in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, apart from them couple of people down in Freeport. Okay? Now they say they worked that out and that all come under IRCA just recently. There's that big fight as to who is in charge of electricity in Freeport. The point is that we had trained people, well-qualified people, got their packages and boom, they got scattered. So now we got to start all over from scratch again. You see how we just waste a lot of valuable time and money? When we got to keep starting all over again. All that which was done in the past, everything is just knocked down. Because we didn't bill on it, Bahamians. Fellas got their package, they went their separate way. Cool out. That's an individualistic spirit, which is stifling the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And you got some people that hog up knowledge. I could tell you about them. They will rather die and go to their grave before they share that information with people, so that the nation can benefit. But I don't intend to do that. I intend to take a different approach, and I have taken a different approach. All you got to do is go to the YouTube channel, type in Professor Sidney Thompson. You'll see the shows right there. You want to learn about the Constitution of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The information is right there. Now, not all in the Constitution is there, but is a sizable chunk of what has been researched, what has been checked out, what has been made simple for the Bahamian people to understand, because it's been online from that time. Many of you don't know it. And there are statute laws that many of you, when you stand in front of the magistrate, you're talking about penal code. Then the little child say, Mommy, what you talking about? She say, peanut coating. People don't even know what a penal code is. You tell that to the woman in Baintown with them 5 boys. You don't know the heck what you're talking about. That's the first time she's hearing about that in her life. And no one ever took the time to explain in simple, basic, fundamental language any of these things. People just left in the dark. Now, you won't be left in the dark about the Constitution. That's why we ask you to support the show. The more support you give us, the more we can achieve. The less that we have, we only can do with what resources we have available to us, you know. That's the only way it could be done. It needs very strong support. There's a lot of work to be done when it comes to constitutional law and even statute law. And let me just add, you got all those treaties and all those agreements that have been signed by the Bahamas government. Most of you never saw them. Don't know what they look like. Don't understand what's going on. But yet the government of Bahamas has signed all these agreements, you know, and say we are bound by them. You know the heck what these agreements are saying. I have to learn them myself. These were done in the dark. Send people away, signing away the Bahamas. And you know the heck what they're signing. But then they say that's what the government signed. That's what you signed 15 years ago, 20 years ago. See the paper right here? See the signatures right here? But you didn't see it. You don't know nothing about it. But that's what they throw in your face. Let me just say before I get into the Prime Minister's speech, because we're going to continue that today, and I want you to do better than you did yesterday, because I was very much ashamed of you. When the leader of the country speaks Bahamians, we need to take that seriously. How the heck you could build any country? And such disrespect shown to your top man, well, in government. You know, the top person is the king, okay? Or the Governor General, as far as the Bahamas is concerned, which represents the monarchy. But that's just an aside. But a lot of times, familiarity breeds contempt for our leaders, and that's not good for nation building. Just because you know the man, and you grow up with the man, or you grow up with the lady, you think they're still your little buddies, not realizing that they have elevated, or have been elevated, and given responsibility to run the place, to run the country. And I think that ought to be respected. We don't respect that, Bahamians. We're very weak when it comes to that. Because some comments I hear you people say on the different shows, it sickens me. But you won't say that to that white man coming from England. You won't call him by his first name. And you don't even know the fella. You know nothing about him. He come up with an empty briefcase, talking crap. And you believe all the crap that comes out of his friggin' mouth. But then you show contempt for your own persons you have sent to run your affairs. We got to stop this foolishness, Bahamians. So we need to get serious about what we're going to do about our country, because we got plenty of problems, all kind of problems. BPL is just one out of many. And I heard the Prime Minister made a connection with BDC. I don't know what the connection with BDC and BPL. I am not quite sure of that, but I'll have to look into that, see what that is all about. But I know in the past, BEC was one company, BTC, Batelco was one company. And I didn't know of any of them sort of interconnecting with one another. But They work side by side, one providing telephone services, one providing electrical services. And I guess it did work well at that particular time, but things have changed. And you have some new people in here with some different ideas. And you know, some people, if their idea is not accepted, they get vexed with you. We always ought to look for the best. And let me tell you this right now. There are some young people in this country who are very gifted, very talented. They want to do some new things in the Commonwealth of Bahamas. And there are some of us who don't want them to have the opportunity to express what it is they want to do. And these things are not necessarily against the best interests of Bahamian people. It's just that you don't even understand. You don't have enough sense to understand creativity. The young man wants to create something new, which can be of value to the country. You just knock it down because you're the supervisor, you're the manager. That can't work. That's what I noticed with a lot of them, you know. The first thing that comes out of this, anyhow, their mouth. That can't work. What do you mean it can't work? You don't even examine carefully what the young man says. I've spoken to a number of them, you know. And I listen carefully to what they say. I can know when they're talking foolishness, when they're talking sense. Because some of them have to be guided along. They have wonderful ideas. They want to make a contribution. Let's help them to make that contribution so we can see changes in our country. We have to move in a new direction. Now, I ain't going against nothing with the Constitution. I can tell you that right off the top. The Constitution stays intact, although there's some things in it that need changing. Now, I ain't going to get into that because I ain't want to confuse nobody. You need to know more of the document. But it's a sound document, a wonderful document. And we need the government of Bahamas to go by it, okay? We don't want people creating anything out of their mindset, which is not constitutionally sound. And that is why you need to watch what the Prime Minister is doing, what his cabinet is doing, what your members of Parliament are doing. They all ought to be acting constitutionally. But you won't know if you don't check it. So every time when I hear him speak, the first question that comes to me is the Prime Minister constitutionally sound? Yes or no? And I can know what the answer is, whether it's yes or whether it's no. If it ain't constitutionally sound, it's garbage. Article 2 says, any other law that's inconsistent with this Constitution, to the extent of its inconsistency, it is null and void. It's empty, it's futile, it's weightless. That's Article 2. Check it out for yourself. And we got some statute laws. Like I told you some time ago, I was going to pull some of them recent laws that have been passed in that House of Assembly by this current administration. Remember now, this is their second term, and the administration before them. And they put out 1,000 pages of information. Just push it out there to the Bahamian people. They said it passed in the House. No explanation. Nobody to explain anything. See, that was not a good move at all. Because what that does, it creates confusion when people don't understand something or cannot understand it for whatever reason. That's law they passed in the House. I'm yet to examine it, see what it's all about. 3,000 pages they say they put out there. I've heard people referring to it. Yeah, you put it out there. So what? Do people understand what was put out there? No, they don't. No one explained to them anything. That doesn't make any sense. And the way how the other day I was talking about a situation that happened in my area with one of the citizens, I'm doing a little research on it, and I'm going to make that public. The way they write these laws, all the twisting and the language, the way it's written, the fella can't understand what he's reading. You know what the heck he's talking. And the police officer is supposed to represent what? The Royal Bahamas Police Force. And that particular personality could not give a good account of himself when it came to explaining what the law said or giving guidance to the individual. Here is where you can go. This is what you can do. Go this area, that area, and check it out. The person was left right there, without any direction, without any guidance. That kind of police force we're supposed to have. In fact, I was minded to go by. We wanted the superintendent in the area where I am. But I didn't get the time to do that. How am I going to deal with it? Here was the superintendent at the state. But our people do not understand a lot of these laws, these crappy laws that have been passed in the House of Assembly, went on to the Senate, went on to the Governor General, and bing, it says law. Just like that. No explanation, no understanding, no consultation, nothing. Mind you, the law said it's supposed to consult, you know. That electricity law, what they passed in 2024, they ain't doing no consultation on it yet. Check it out for yourself, Bahamians. They wrote the law and said they're supposed to consult before anything is done. They ain't doing no consultation. Anyway, I can leave that one for later. This is Professor Sidney McArdle, Walter Thompson. The lines are open. We're dealing with Prime Minister speech, okay? So I expect to hear from you today as we go through it, as much as we can cover today. And let's analyze what the man is saying and help him to deal with this problem with electricity. This is Professor Sidney McArdle, Walter Thompson, on the Global Radio Network, 99.5 FM. We'll be back after the break.
Express Yourself Live will return right after this.
Wake up every weekday on 99.5 FM.
This is Steve Harvey, your main man.
With a Steve Harvey Morning Show.
This is Sasha calling from Portland, Oregon. Nephew Tommy, I didn't know that was you that was on the show, Ready to Love. Nephew Tommy, you are cute. Ooh, Nephew Tommy. All that light-skinned beautifulness.
Thank you, man.
All right, son.
Thank you. Yeah, let me clear that up for y'all. The reason she didn't know is because, see, he got so much sense on that show.
Weekday morning from 6 to 10. Let's go. Over here on
99.5 FM. I'm out.
Ready to make this school year the most stylish one yet? Head over to Brass and Leather, Charlotte Street or Marathon Mall, and the Luggage Store Centerville. Upgrade your look with iconic backpacks from Kipling, Herschel, Stephen Joseph, or the all-leather from Land. Plus, get rewarded. Buy any backpack or wheel backpack from the Toto Ecol collection and get an exclusive gift with purchase. Don't wait. Gear up in style today at the Brass and Leather Shop and the Luggage Store.
When power goes out, will your business survive the silence? Every second without power means lost sales, missed deadlines, and disappointed customers. With a CAT generator from Machinery and Energy Limited, you're not just buying equipment, you're investing in uptime, reliability, and peace of mind. Stay Opus, stay profitable, stay protected, always on, always ready. Call Machinery and Energy Limited today, located on College Avenue, Oaksfield, at 323-5701, or visit me-ltd.com to protect what you've built.
Shop early to get your uniforms and catch Janae's Uniform Centers
Buy 4, get 1 free sale. Free monogrammed and regular school shirts, dry fit and cotton polos, jumpers, skirts, boys long and short pants, PE shorts, underclothes, tights, socks, neckties, belts, sleeping mats, hair accessories, and character work desks. Get 50% off backpacks, lunch bags, and raincoats. Buy 4 school shirts, get 1 free. Buy 2 skirts, jumpers, or pants, get the third 50% off. Need embroidery and monogramming done? Visit Janae's Uniform Center early. Beat the back to school rush. Janae's Chesapeake Road back to school special. Restrictions apply.
South Beach to Bay Street.
I'm pleased, I really dig your company.
It's your chance to join the discussion of today's issue. Let your voice be heard. Speak your mind and express yourself. Call in and participate at 326-0271 or 326-0272. WhatsApp us your concerns on 809-2310. Follow us live on Facebook and globalradio99.5fm.com. Express yourself.
All you got to do now is all you got to do now
This is Professor Sidney McGarter, Walter Thompson on the Global Radio Network 99.5 FM. And Bahamians out there, you have heard the Prime Minister's speech. I heard the Prime Minister's speech. And I'm taking it very seriously. And I hope you're taking it very seriously. We got to help the man to run the country for our benefit. He's working for us, that's what's supposed to be happening. And so we got to make sure that we have a good country. I want to succeed, The man says he wants everybody to succeed. And no, he used the word progress. Progress. Well, I guess succeed, that is a synonym. But he wants the people of the country to progress and move forward. I ain't got no problem with that. So let's prove it. We have a statement here from the leader of the opposition on the Prime Minister's comment or his speech that he gave the other night. Mr. Producer, go ahead and play the tape, please.
Tonight, the Prime Minister spoke about overtime abuse and management failures, as if it isn't him and his minister and the board that they put in place and the executives they hired who are responsible for determining who ultimately gets overtime. So the question is, if there are problems with scheduling, whose responsibility is it? And what penalties are going to be put in place to make sure that they do their job? Who will be held accountable? What exactly will Bahamians see at the end of this energy reform? Because right now, what they are seeing are promises of improved service, but extended blackouts. What is the precise timeline that the Prime Minister would be able, he and his team, to fix what is going on? Who exactly will be responsible for fixing the list of things that are wrong? And when are we going to experience it?
The leader of the opposition asked a lot of good questions. I have no problem with the questions. But we've had situations like this before under the administration of the government of the Bahamas. See, you have the cabinet, you have board members, say for example in this case BPL, you have management team members, then you have others under them, line staff members and so on. And in some of these operations, you have directors and other personnel, consultants and all of that. So you have a whole string of people that are involved in whatever it is the company ought to be doing. And he's asking the question, the timeline. Who's responsible for fixing the problems? The Prime Minister told us this is an aging equipment that they are dealing with. And he inherited it, that's what the man tells me. He said he inherited this. This was going on before, and he inherited it. All right? The thing is that the leader of the opposition asked some very good questions, and we need to have clarity on those questions once they ask, and the public should be able to get a precise answer. Now, I don't know about the timeline. I'm not quite sure about that. Exactly when that will be, how long it will be. Prime Minister said he couldn't promise you that there'll be no more blackouts, so we got to understand that. All right? We're going through a difficult time. It's going to take time to get things fixed. How much time? I put a question mark to it. But this has been going across administrations. When the FNM was in power, under Dr. Minnis, when the PLP was in power, under Christie. Remember now, the BPL thing came about with Christie. Christie started that. And BEC was put on the side. And I don't understand the transition from BEC to BPL. I need to get clarity on that. What happened to all those assets that BEC had? Where did they go to? We have a call on the line. Call you live on air. Go ahead, please.
Yes, Professor, I've been listening to you, and I concur 100% with everything that you have said.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I am looking at the Bahamas with a bird's eye view.
Okay.
What has happened in the Bahamas from 1967 until now, today, as we speak? What we've been having, we were having a population explosion, keep adding to the population. What we should have been doing, looking at infrastructure with this population growth, bridges, highways, all those things, water supply, communications. When you have a population that is small, from so many thousands to go to another level, your water supply is going to be affected, your communications, your infrastructure. The colonial days, under the UBP government, they had a vision to build a causeway from Nassau International Airport into town. Today, when you look at it, we've been having people come. With this infrastructure and this population explosion, we should be looking at healthcare. You cannot have a hospital that is catering to a small population. Then when your population grows, you have it. And what we have done wrong, under the colonial government, we had technical schools. You had your plumbers, your masons, and all of that. You had the Dundas Civic Center where people learn domestic skills. All of that went out. What we have done, I'm not blaming no political party, no political head. We have filled this place up with a bunch of people, but our mindset, our growth, our vision is still back in the 1920s. The Dundas, that should have been an ongoing thing. Domestic skills and all of that. C.R. Walker Technical. We should have had a school for plumbing, diesel mechanics, car mechanics, and all of that. We have failed, and this is a critical time in the Bahamas now. Mr. Davis is in the seat. I'm not going to blame Mr. Davis. I'm not going to blame Mr. Christie and those who came before. We have failed. When we came into power, we should have looked to say, what is our vision for the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years? What do we want in this country? When you look at it, I agree with you with the tourist package. in the colonial days, we had tourists. We pandered a lot to the European market. Flag Lane Hotel, which is now the Rio, I think, they catered to a lot of the German tourists, Europe. Flagler Inn used to have 3 and 4 flights a week coming in from Europe. We had Bahamas World, Air Bahama, all those airlines that came and we did. But what we did, we got so caught up in being sorry for people. Oh, Mexico, Mexico, let the Mexicans come and, things down and rougher. And then you concentrate on other people's problems instead of your own. You're going to left hanging in the bag. And this is what has happened in this country. Mr. Davis just happens to be sitting in the chair. All that has gone before him, I'm not going to put no blame on him or nobody. But the Bahamian public, we have lost it, and we need to be honest with ourselves. This country now is like on a pivot, a failure. It has nothing to see with who's the chair. This is a progression from 67 until now, and we need to come out of this deep coma and realize where we're going. We need to have schools, plumbing, masonry, carpentry, and whatever have you. That is where we have failed. All of the good things right out of the window, and I'm not blaming nobody for it. We the Bahamian people do it, and we need to catch our head because we're going to lose this country. The people who don't care 2 cents and who, when things get bad here, they hop on a boat or plane and go home, and that's my point.
Well, thank you, Caller, for your contribution. The caller made some very pertinent comments about what has happened, and the comments are fairly accurate. We have been feeling sorry for other people of other places who really can't help us in the first place. And we allowed a lot of people who can't help us to come into our country. They don't have the skills to help build the Commonwealth of Bahamas. In other words, what they bring their problems into the country. And we have our own problems to deal with. So you have people at these extremely low levels, and they're not able to help motivate and pull our people up. Yes, we had all those technical schools and trade schools and so on. The lady's correct on that point. It seems as if we have lost out on those things because we got BTVI. They're still there. But we still need more people trained in the trades. We had it in the past when we were smaller. Now, the population is so much bigger, we were not keeping pace with what we need to put in place to deal with an expanding population of people. The lady's correct on that point. And she's not trying to throw blame on anyone. But the point is, we have to look at the facts as they are, what has happened to the country. And this is what I keep saying about our people. There are persons who look at their personal achievement or look at their personal benefit at the expense of the Bahamian people. You have individuals like that who have done that to us. And that is why we need to exercise caution and restraint as to when you either appoint or elect individuals to carry out the business of the country. You got to test them out and see how they're going. You can't just let them run on, and break up the place and pull it down. Is that what you want? Because we got all kind of people in this place. We don't even know who the hell they are. Do we have an accurate record? We got faceless, nameless people in this place who are in our midst. And there's no record of them. But they're in our midst. How we get like that? What has happened to our immigration policies? He seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. We ought to know who are visitors, who are citizens, who are permanent residents. We ought to have an accurate and precise, up-to-date information on that. I heard one former minister say they had some 300,000 applicants. And where did all that come from? So we have allowed a lot of things to happen, just like we allowed BPL, or PEC as it was before then, the infrastructure to just keep deteriorating. And we let our guard down as a people in relation to people coming into the country, people working in the country illegally, and some of us have sold ourselves out to them for a couple of dollars. You just want to make some money. But for yourself, while the country suffers. And there are those out there who have had that situation occur, and it has given the country a very bad name. And we have to wear that stain because of what they have done, supposedly acting on behalf of the Bahamian people. And the world is not going to let you forget it, Bahamians, because we haven't corrected it yet. It's right there in our face. So I agree with the comments by the lady where she outlined a lot of these things. Trade schools, we need more people trained in the technical areas. And we have people who are well qualified to do some things, and particularly our young people who want to bring some creative ideas to fruition. We're going to need that, Bahamians. We got to compete with the world. Otherwise, we can get left out. That's what's going to happen. We don't want to just sit here and allow others who don't understand to be a stumbling block in the way of progress. The man said he wants a place to progress. We can't progress if you have others who are in authority, who have been appointed or elected, that are just blocking the way for others who have potential to go forward. And I know exactly what I'm talking about, because I have seen it happen to some of our young people, literally happen to them. They had high hopes. What do we do? Just knock it down. That can't wait. What do you mean it can't wait? I'm thinking about aviation in this country. And we need to get Bahamians highly qualified in the aviation industry, instead of blocking it up with strangers, foreigners, aliens, outsiders. But people have to be given an opportunity to advance and move ahead. You can't have a bunch of blockers who say it ain't straight on, to just simply continue to be a stumbling block in the way of progress. I hope we can get that to change. Because we've already gone 53 years as a nation. And you have to ask yourself, how far have we come? What have we achieved? When you go back to July the 10th, 1973, and what was said on Independence Day, when the man looked out there and saw that sand and that beautiful water and that blue sky, and what he said, what God gave us, we had to show the praises of God. We were not a people, but God made us a people. Have you forgotten about that? That we had to be a nation under God. We had to do some things that are right and proper. Have you forgotten about that? Because people today are picking up a lot of funny things. And they're forgetting about what is the vision for this country? What is the purpose of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? And the work of our mothers and fathers who gave their lives. Do you know that? They gave their lives, Bahamians. So we can have this nice place called the Commonwealth of the Bahamas where you and I could live in peacefully. And when you look around the world, all you see is trouble. Countries breaking up all the time. Can't get on with one another. No peace, no tranquility, no stability. We have our share of difficulties. But the Bahamas is still a very peaceful place. That's why I asked you. 1729, right on up to 2026. Do you know any other nation that has moved? Call it, stay on the line, don't go nowhere, stay right there. That has moved from one administration to the next without firing one shot. Not firing one shot, but peaceful transition. Even though some of them didn't do what they were supposed to do, but when their time came and they got put out, they back on the side and let the fellas who won get into place. Calling you live on there. Go ahead, please.
Hey, good afternoon, Professor.
Hey, what you say, man?
Okay, and good afternoon, Bahamas. Professor, we should put that in the book, man. A lot of we ain't making no money off our things. We should put that in the book. What you just say, all them things all them years we been through, and being fire one shot.
Not one shot. Yes, I agree. We should put it in the book. That is what we are missing. Listen, you know how many people around the world want a peaceful place to come to? You got tourists. I told you about people from my own church. They take 1/10 of their income to come to the Bahamas every year. And they leave it here. They're no chicken in the bag tourists. They spend money with the local people, with the local hotels. Well, the hotels can make some money. But they support the local economy. They ain't come to thief nothing. They ain't bringing no unsavory things. And these are people come to worship God. They want to worship God in a peaceful, quiet, democratic, God-fearing environment. That's why they come every year. Now you got some other business people, they come and they like drink liquor and them kind of thing. But we could work with them too. But that's a different type tourist now. But I'm talking about people who come and they spend money worshiping God, enjoying. They spend about 8 to 10, maybe 12 days here, and then they go back home. They don't sneak in the country and talk about they want to stay. They don't behave like that. Not like them fellas. Who do that all the time. Go ahead, caller.
Hey, Professor, listen. I think it's Neil Ellis or allegedly, I think it's Neil Ellis or what was our next pastor who died? I think it's them doing the Dr. Miles Monroe was them doing the little, what do you call that? Think tourism?
Yes.
Yeah.
Religious tourism.
Almost had the healthcare thing up. One, I don't know how come they stopped that. That's what they're heading for.
Yes.
So, Professor, let me do my thing up. Listen, Professor. You say don't die with all this good knowledge. Hey, Professor, listen to me.
Yes.
I go, we'll say something to the education minister. We'll say something to him first. Listen here.
Okay.
I know we have a lot of people there. They thief in the car, bumper thief and all kind of things.
Yes.
Man, if you let that, you let a lot of us guys, like we can do like the children of Israel, let some of them die out. Listen here. There's no child come out of school. Well, he got free trade of making money and throw him overboard and make sure he learn how to swim. That's like I said one more time. Free trade of making money and learn him how to swim.
Yes.
Professor, now I think of what we call, I see the people are talking, every time they say people thieving money, people thieving money. Professor, listen to me. You say this now, don't die with all the knowledge. I was in a thing of, what do you call it, when the edit, people come around and do the books and thing.
Yes.
I just had on my mind before I call. What do you call that? When the...
As the accountants.
Yeah, Professor. When you see they bring them accountants in, man, guess what? He focus on the driver. Where you been? Where you go? I just get myself laughing. Tell the big company, the driver and press up, take the car and go on all the runs I make and mark it out. Professor, listen to me. Anytime you talk, but just if you serious, if you ain't Hussein the Bahamian people, you ain't Mr. Anton Swing the Bahamian people, anytime someone move a dime, bring you an accountant. That's it. I know how they go. They don't play. First I go and on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, caller made some interesting comments there. And that's what we want to hear from the Bahamian people, what you think on these issues, because it's important that we have stability in our country. We need God to guide us and lead us, and we have God's word with us. And we just have to take precautionary measures. You know, so many times we dwell on negativity when we got so many talented people with positive contribution to make to the nation, man. Why we want to dig into things that have no value to this place? Let us take it seriously, Bahamian. That's why I tell you to speak to Prime Minister. I haven't gotten into it yet, but my producer will pull it when we get back on here. The point is that we have to see what God has blessed us with. Tremendous potential, beautiful weather, nice environment. Our location, listen, man, where we are located, right here, the best spot on the planet is where the Bahamas is. Fellas could see it from outer space. They can't see nothing else, but they know where the Bahamas is. They can land right in the Bahamas. That means we don't even know how blessed God has blessed us with. We don't understand our own potential. And Dr. Cooper spoke about that July the 10th, 1973. We haven't gotten it yet. We got to wake on it, Bahamians. Anyhow, this is the lines are open, 326-0272, 813-0271, 502-4571. We're going to go to a break.
Express Yourself Live will return right after this.
Hey, it's Jeff Box that rocks the box. Join me every week. We always have a good time. We've got some of the biggest stars of today's R&B stopping by to say hello. And of course, the best music in the city. There's only one place to be, hanging out with me, Jeff Box that rocks the box.
Locals 99.5 FM.
August is sure to be epic at the Cricket Club on West Bay Street. Along with their already fantastic menu, it will also be Lobster Fest for the month of August. Lobster fritters, lobster bits, lobster salad, minced lobster, cracked lobster, lobster seafood pot pie, broiled lobster, lobster and steak, lobster, lobster, lobster. Experience the Lobster Fest at the Cricket Club on West Bay Street. They're open Sundays through Saturdays, 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. with live music on Friday nights. And there's a Sans Beer Special, free for $11. So, for that same great food and fun and the August Lobster Fest, come to the Cricket Club, Haynes Oval, West Bay Street, telephone 326-4720.
Back to school means back to John West. We have school shoes for toddlers to college kids. Teachers, we have shoes for you too, like heels and flat comfy shoes. And now introducing Hush Puppies. This iconic brand focuses on comfort and style. Don't forget, we also have a variety of your favorites, like slippers, sandals, Crocs, sneakers, including Reebok Classics, and even safety boots. Whatever your footwear needs, let us put shoes on your feet.
John West Shoe Company, located Carmichael Road West, Plaza behind the Walk-Up Wendy's. Contact us at 603.
Original Patty's Bakery Limited on Harrow Road has lots of goodies waiting for you. Hot cross buns, Jamaica spice buns with cheese, escovite fried fish, tasty patties, jerk and pastries, the delicious weekend special of chicken and mutton roti. They're open Monday through Saturday from 6:45 a.m. to 8 p.m. You may not realize it, but the most important ingredient in their products is you. So hop on down to the place where quality is always job number one.
Miss, what you calling a chip on for? Child Bahamas Liquidation just posted this flyer, and I already know where I'm going August 1st and what I going to get. What flyer? The 8 Baker & Sons 10 clearance sale. Wait, 8 Baker & Sons? Yes, the famous drag goods store on Bay Street. They're making way for new inventory, so they're bringing some stuff to Bahamas Liquidation and Auction Center for a huge 10 clearance sale. Really? What they gonna have? Back to school basics like shirts, sweaters, pants, dresses, ties, and so much more. Ooh-wee, so we need to get there early before everybody else then. That's the plan. August 1st, don't be calling me in the morning because I'll already be shopping.
Starting August 1st, don't miss the A. Baker and Sons 10 clearance sale at Bahamas Liquidation and Auction Center, Mackey Street, former Q Club building. Come on down and say hello to Goodbye.
From Cable Beats to Montague, it's your chance to join the discussion of today's issue. Let your voice be heard. Speak your mind and express yourself. Call in and participate at 326-0271 or 326-0272. WhatsApp us your concerns on 809-2310. Follow us live on Facebook and globalradio99.5fm.com. Express yourself.
All you got to do now
This is Professor Sidney McGarry, Walter Thompson. We need to get back to the Prime Minister's speech that he gave. We started it yesterday, and I want to continue it today. And we want you to call in payments. We're going to play it in different segments, and we will stop at certain points, and then I will comment on them, because I can't just let it go just like that, you know. We have to question these things. And we have to take an active interest. What has happened in our country is this. We as Bahamians have never, no, let me take the word never back. We have not been aggressive as Bahamian citizens in taking an active role in national affairs of this country. Now, I know that to be true. Because a lot of you talk in your little circles, you be rowing and carrying on, but you never make any significant contribution, even in your conversation. You offer nothing to help to improve the quality of life, even where you live. You don't do that. So we get mixed up like that. And when your leaders speak, you always put a twist to it, particularly if that individual happens to be in a different political party from the one you believe in or you're a part of. I don't see where it makes any sense. But this is some thinking that people have in their head. You have a government in place. A government is different from a political party. The government has a responsibility to run the affairs. The cabinet has what? Overall direction, control of the government. The people elected certain people to go to the House of Assembly. 41 I think it is. All right? 41 them sitting in there. That's the people that they want. They choose them. Now, there were plenty on the list who didn't participate, but you don't count. You can't count them. They can't be sitting in the dark and complaining when they had the opportunity to make a choice, but they didn't do it. But there were those who went and they made their choice. And according to the standards we have here, the person who gets the majority of the votes in a particular constituency, after the counting and everything has been done, is confirmed, that person is the representative for that particular constituency. And the particular party or person who commands the majority of the members of that house becomes the prime minister, or is recommended to be the prime minister of the country. That's what the Constitution says. That's the way it's done. Now, if you want to change that, well, you got to change the Constitution. So we got to wait with the Constitution. It's a wonderful document. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Although I am saying to you there's some things in it that need to be changed, but I don't want to get too much into that right now, because you need to know more of what's in it, which is profitable and good for you and me, and we're using it. Mr. Bluser, go ahead with the Prime Minister's speech, please.
Because you are entitled to know why, although it does not ease the misery, we all felt. These challenges are compounded by the global heat wave we have been experiencing because of El Nino. The demand on the system has broken our previous peak twice this season. Heat not only raises demand and increases the strain on the equipment, it accelerates its deterioration. We are operating an old system in a new climate reality, and we do this on a chain of islands in the path of an increasingly violent hurricane season, in a world where energy supply chains are strained and traditional short-term lead items.
Now, what the Prime Minister said there, I didn't understand it at first, but I'm glad my producer put it on again. The heat has affected this old, aging equipment. I didn't understand it like that. So I'm delighted that the Prime Minister is saying this is what has happened. And we are in this climate change situation where the heat itself, this is the third year, Bahamians, we've been having this massive, excessive heat wave. Even in the night it is hot. So that has had a negative effect on the equipment. That is what the Prime Minister is saying now. We'll understand it coming from him, right? On this aging equipment. But I didn't understand it like that. But I'm glad Mr. Bruce put that back on. Because the thing is, Bahamians, we need to know and understand. He's educating us and causing us to understand what has been happening. So when the heat affects your equipment, you're going to have problems. And don't let it be old and outdated. That's another problem again. And so others around the world perhaps experiencing the same thing that we're experiencing, but we sure experiencing it here. And so I always wondered why we're having all these blackouts. I'd say, well, we were not experiencing this before. Not like this. Not everything broken down and the Prime Minister said the whole island went down. Because of the fact of the heat with the underground cables affected by the heat. Now, I know it's been extremely hot. And I had forgotten that, wait a minute now, 2024, 2025, 2026, we have been having successive heat waves, and each year it has gotten hotter and hotter and hotter. Now, this is the hottest so far this year. And that, according to the Prime Minister, has affected this aging equipment which has been in existence before independence. And I know that is a fact, that it's been in existence before independence. Now, I'm taking the Prime Minister's word, that's what he tells me. Okay? So now they go and fix it. But I did not understand it to that extent until I listened to that again. I have to stop it right there. Because that needs to be understood by our people. I was blaming BPL for all this crap that's going on around here. Calling you live on air. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Brother Thompson, how you do today, man?
Yeah, I'm doing bad. I'm going to the Prime Minister's speech.
Yeah, listening, but Brother Thompson.
Yes.
There's something got to be different, man. Brother Thompson, I got up this morning about 8:15.
Yeah.
A little before 8:30 to take a shower.
Ah.
My heater is off. My heater has been off almost 2 months.
Right.
Brother Thompson, when the water came out of that shower, I had to tell somebody to check, see if the heater off on. The water coming out the road hot. The water coming out the road and hot. You don't need no heater.
No, you don't need no heater.
Brother Thompson, if that doing that to the water, imagine what that doing to them wires under the tar and stuff.
Right. See, I did
that
not.
That must be melting the wire them, Brother Thompson.
But listen, I did not understand it until I heard the Prime Minister say it just now. right? And here I was blaming BPL for all this stuff was going on, not knowing that this is the third, well, I should have known. This is the third year of this massive heat wave. It started in 2024, 2025,
When I tell you,
2026.
it hot.
It's
It
all.
hot.
Yes, no, you're right.
Them
You're quite
fellas
right.
who doing construction and shingling roof and thing, I salute them.
They
Why,
need-
'cause I ain't think I could do it, son.
They need to change. I'm glad you mentioned that because I can comment on that too. They need to change make it, they need to change the way they're doing things because the heat wave is affecting the workers.
It's
Now-
affecting the world.
No, it's affecting the world. No, I agree with you. I'm not knocking that. But what I'm specifically looking at is the fact that it has damaged, according to the Prime Minister, not Prime Minister telling me this, the equipment. I did not know that there was, when you talk about how the water so hot coming out the pipe.
Yes, sir.
But I didn't understand it like that.
Brother Thompson, my daughter have to be to work for 9 o'clock.
Yes.
She leaves home about 8, 8:15, 8:20. She's have to start the car, but at least 5-10 minutes when she go in the car and turn the air conditioner on. I talk about in the morning, no, I talk about through the day.
This in the morning.
In the morning.
Gee.
But I asked a fella, the same weekend pass, we was having a conversation, because he's shingle roof and stuff.
Yes.
He say he's trying to get on the roof at least by 5:30, 5:45. So when the sun come up, say you can't go on the roof in the sun.
That's true,
You
yeah.
let the sun meet you there,
No, don't let the
and
sun
you won't
meet you
feel
there.
it that bad.
Yes, okay. All right.
I'd say he have about 4 bottles of water in one cooler.
Yes.
And he drinking it like that, boy, drink plenty of water. Don't worry about no soda and band. Drink them when you get home and when you get off.
Right,
Drink
yeah.
plenty water.
Yes.
You know, this a different heat. This ain't no heat.
No,
You know,
it is
people
different.
is growing up at.
No, I agree with you, caller.
Because Brother Thompson, when I was younger, we go in Columbus Primary School yard and we play all day.
All day, yeah.
I can't walk in this.
No, you
this
can't
heat
walk
from,
in this
from my
one.
house to the corner.
No, this is
It's
excessive.
a different heat.
This a different kind of heat,
It's
yeah.
destroying things. And
It
people
is.
talking about those equipment, you know how old them engine they had?
Boy, they're very, very old, yeah.
Brother Thompson, you have a brand new car, and your car in the sun for 15 minutes. You got to turn the air conditioner on and it's going with shade and tell the car cool off. So
No,
imagine
you're
them
right.
equipment with underground. Imagine them generating thing with them building it. Ah,
Exactly.
come on, man.
Yeah. But I am delighted the Prime Minister is explaining this to the Bahamian public because I
But see, a
myself,
lot of people ain't listen to the speech properly, you know.
that's why I go in over and tell them they got to listen to what the man say.
Listen to it properly. So one or two things I don't really agree with, but for the most part of it, I understand what he's saying.
I see
You know,
the,
islands, you have places like Staniel Key, places like Farmers Key. They shouldn't be running on no generator.
no.
They should be running on solar panel.
Okay.
Like just like what they did with Rugged Island.
Yes.
Them small little, see, you can't do it with Black Point. Black Point is small, but Black Point has plenty people. Like Farmers Key, Staniel Key. They should bring them generators to Nassau, man. Put them on solar panel.
Yeah, put them on solar panel.
You know, you get one or two other little, like Rum Key. Yeah, man, they shouldn't be on no generator, man.
Yes.
You know, Rum Key get a school there. If they get 12 children, they get a good year.
Oh,
And
okay. All right.
Hey, my people aren't them places. You put them on the solar. You see, and guess what? Somebody told me when they went up to I can go on this right now. Somebody told me when they went up to the Rugged Island. Say from the airport into the settlement, you could hear the frog them cracking.
Yes.
That's how quiet the island is.
Oh,
you know,
okay.
generating no noise.
Okay.
You know, but we need that from one of them little islands. All them little keys up in Abaco. And try put all them on them solar panel thing, man.
Yeah, okay.
You know, but I can continue listening, man.
Yeah, but
'cause I can finish listening to the speech as you play it.
Yes.
So I can pick through some more.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
caller. I appreciate the call. And like I said, I did not fully understand the effect that the heat was having on this aging equipment. And the Prime Minister mentioned particularly underground equipment, which is more difficult to deal with. And actually, this heat is very unusual. It isn't like heat in the past now when, we were growing up and being able to get around. Because see, even in this heat now, as young as I am feeling it just as I step outside. And I ain't going nowhere yet. I say, wait a minute, it's so hot out here. And even though I might have to walk to go where I need to go, I got to just get up and go. But the point is, I think once we can get clarity and understanding, maybe we have to show a little patience to BPL. I do apologize if I was a little too harsh in my comments in the past. But like I say, this is where understanding what is happening. That's why I'm glad the Prime Minister came and spoke to the nation. But I was not fully aware, although I knew this was our 3rd year of massive heat. I say, wait a minute now. But I did not understand the impact it was having on those underground cables and lines and wires and so on. So the Prime Minister just said it again just now, although I heard the piece before, And so this is why I try to get people to understand. Sometimes you got to listen again, because you miss it the first time. I say, oh, now I begin to see what the man was saying all along. So if I said some comments in the past that might have been not on target, based on what I knew up to that point, say I could correct myself, I'm not ashamed to do that. But you have to give us correct and precise information so we can understand and know how to behave and do better and help relieve ourselves of these problems. And it takes the collective will of a people to make that happen. Now, of course, the leader of the opposition was asking for a timeline. I don't know about the timeline. Prime Minister did specifically say, but he did say he can't guarantee you that there will be no more interruptions in electricity, because of the fact that this heat is having such an impact on the system itself. I didn't quite fully understand that. Knowing, I say, wait a minute, this is our 3rd year of this excessive heat, and this is the worst of it now. I hope we don't have it next year, but there's some sort of weather trend. I'm not quite sure how that is explained, but I think the Prime Minister is about to say a little bit on that. So, Mr. Producer, let's continue with what the Prime Minister was saying.
Have become long-term lead items, and long-term lead items have become longer-term lead items as governments around the world race to upgrade their energy infrastructure. This is our climate reality. This is our geographic reality. It is not a complaint. It is the terrain on which we are building. As I stated earlier, parts of the system were built before independence. It was built for a smaller population, a smaller economy, and a different climate. We achieved political independence more than 50 years ago. Now, energy security must become part of our economic independence. I do not say this to point fingers. The responsibility to act is ours. We're not here to manage decline. We're not here to defend the status quo. We are transforming the whole system: generation, fuel, transmission, distribution, metering, finance, and governance. What we inherited is not what we will leave behind. Now, I could have managed energy where it has always been managed. Rent another engine, patch another cable, get through one more summer, and hand the problem to whoever comes next. That is what was done for decades. I refuse to do it. A crisis is an opportunity to fix what does not work, and we choose to fix it. For the first time in our history, This country has a comprehensive nationwide plan to modernize how we generate, store, and distribute electricity across the whole archipelago. That plan is not a press release. It is under construction right now. We separated generation from transmission and distribution because that is how serious energy systems around the world are run. Bahamas Grid Company was established to take on New Providence's transmission and distribution, and it has delivered a $130 million foundational upgrade to our grid. That work includes stronger steel poles, larger conductors, modern protection devices, fiber communications, a looped transmission system, and 3 new high-voltage substations. In July, those substations had reached mechanical completion and entered final testing and commissioning. That work produced measurable results. Outage frequency in New Providence fell 45% against the historic average. Outage duration fell 35%, including during major weather events. On ordinary days, close to half on both those measures. Smart devices prevented tens of thousands of interruptions you never experienced because they never happened. Bahamas Grid Company is today a fully Bahamian-led utility under Bahamian management, accountable to this country. That is, as it should be. In 2025, the foundational work was associated with a 45% reduction in outage frequency and a 35% reduction in outage duration compared with historical averages. Bahamas Grid Company is today a fully Bahamian-led utility under Bahamian management, accountable.
He's talking about Bahamas Grid Company. Now I need to learn more about Bahamas Grid Company because, I don't quite fully understand about that. But he talked about some things it has done and responsible for distribution and transmission of electricity for New Providence. Okay? And he also said that there were some things that they put in place which we did not necessarily experience as citizens of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Well, I'm glad to see that now, whether we own it, I'm not quite sure. He talked about management of it. Now, I don't know about the ownership of it, but that's not explained yet, in the speech that he's giving. But I think some things need to be a little bit clearer as to how this is going to go. But it said it's a fully managed Bahamian company and responsible to the Bahamas, responsible to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and that is good. But the thing is, Bahamians, this is why I keep saying, if we get clear information, accurate information, precise information, and some of these things, technical things, people don't fully grasp or fully understand. If it is not explained in simple, basic, fundamental language. I know the Prime Minister is not going through all of that in his speech because he's got only a limited amount of time to talk, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But I believe the technocrats, those who have the knowledge, this is why what I call institutional knowledge, should be on the airwaves. I'm going to invite them to come on the airwaves right at Global and be able to explain in simpler, basic, fundamental language. Not in all these hyperloaded technical terms, which people don't understand. But if people understood more of what is going on, they will react differently. But if you keep them not knowing or not understanding, and there's a few people got the knowledge locked up in their head, and they carry it to the grave with them, that doesn't do any good for the country. And I think this is what a lot of our quote-unquote educated people need to understand. Yes, you may know it. Yes, you may understand it. And maybe you're getting paid for what you're doing, and that's fine. I have no problem with that. But if we can get the public to understand better, they're going to react differently. Their behavior will change. They will understand what's going on. They can sympathize when necessary. And they will have a better rapport with the company rather than having this riff-raff all the time, people rowing all the time and carrying on bad. Same thing with industrial agreements. The government has signed all kinds of industrial agreements, and they were bragging about that, you know. But when you look at it today, August of 2026, we still have industrial unrest in the country. The very people who signed the papers back then are saying that, you know, some people not living up to the industrial agreement, which was signed. And this is something we have to avoid happening in our country so we could have industrial harmony. And this could spill right over into BPL and PTC and so on. So when an agreement is signed by both sides and they agree to it, then it should be kept. And nothing should be changed unless there's discussion to have it changed and the parties agree to change it. This is Professor Sidney of Walter Thompson. We're going through the speech of the Prime Minister, what he said a couple of nights ago, and I want to comment on it. 326-0272, 813-0271, 502-4571. This is Professor Sidney McGard of Walter Thompson on the Global Radio Network. We'll be back after the break.
Express Yourself Live will return right after this.
This is Lenny Green from the Quiet Storm, inviting you to join me tonight starting at 7 p.m. as I serve you that ear candy that you love, baby. I'm dropping all your favorite slow jams like this. To even this. So lock in with me. It's the Quiet Storm, baby. The Bahamas #1 for R&B. It's Global 99.5 FM.
Perfume Bar is saying bye-bye summer with our buy one, get one 25% off promo. Stock up on your sizzling summer fragrances, Red Hot Cosmetics, Cooling Cosmetics, and Bijou Turner Beach Babe accessories. Bye-bye summer, let's BOGO, only at the Perfume Bar.
We can fix it. General Appliance Company, number 233 Market Street, is the place you've been looking for to repair your AC units, commercial and residential, and vehicle AC repairs too. General Appliance Company sells, repairs, and order parts for refrigerators, stoves, freezers. They can order boards for new and used TVs. They repair small home appliances like irons, blenders, fans, and much more. General Appliance Company. Easiest way to get the parts you need. Best place to get it fixed. Call General Appliance Company. Number 233 Market Street. 323-6086. 323-6086.
When you shop Y Cares, you can afford to look good, and that includes your students. Featuring uniforms from all the major schools here in New Providence and some in the Family Islands, plus belts, neckties, and underclothes for the boys, and jumpers, tights, and underwear for the girls. Bags, neckties, shoes, and socks for all the students in your house. That school bell is about to ring, and before it does, you need to visit one of the 3 Y Care locations: Bahama Avenue, East Street South, or Prince Charles
East Street to Blue Hill Road. It's your chance to join the discussion of today's issue. Let your voice be heard. Speak your mind and express yourself. Call in and participate at 326-0271 or 326-0272. WhatsApp us your concerns on 809-2310. Follow us live on Facebook and globalradio99.5fm.com. Express yourself.
This is Professor Sidney McGard of Walter Thompson in the last break. I appreciate the call that came in. And we're trying to understand the Prime Minister giving us information. And there was something that I myself misunderstood, and I did speak to that earlier in the show. See, I'm prepared to correct when I'm in error, you know. See, I'm not going to be like those fellas who will say I did nothing wrong or said nothing wrong, because I have to go based on the information that is available to me up to that particular time, which is from a reputable source. Now, if some things are not in it that should have been there, or like the Prime Minister explained, like this heat on the underground things, I wasn't quite aware of that. And then when the caller called and talked about how hot the water gushing out of the pipe, you need no heater today. You need to put no heater on. And then I remember my sister was telling me how hot it is. Even you sit in the car for just a few minutes and it's steaming hot. We're experiencing heat like we've never experienced before, baby. It's having an impact on us, on our country, on our systems, on everything that we do in this country. And some others around the world having it, according to the Prime Minister. We have to adjust and we have to make some changes. And so I think we need to understand the importance of that. This is the last portion of the show. We want you to call in 326-0272, 813-0271, 502-4571. We will not finish the speech with the Prime Minister, but we'll play another 3 minutes, a portion of it, and then we will have to break at that point because there's some comments I'll have on it. And we want you to comment also on what the Prime Minister is saying. And let me just say this. It is important that you give your input to what is being said. Don't keep it bottled up to yourself. That doesn't make any sense. Your input could make a big difference. You'll be surprised to know what a big difference it can make. For your country, baby. That's what's important. The future of the nation. We want to see progress in the country, so we have to cooperate with one another. We may disagree with one another. I have no problem with that, but disagree respectfully. And people having different points of view, you sit down, you discuss it, and you come up with the best possible information and to create a solution at that particular time which would benefit the overwhelming majority of the people. That's the way we should be going. The country motto, forward, upward, onward, together. Have we always been going in that direction? No, we haven't. But that's the motto of the nation. You have to remember that. Forward, upward, onward, together. Not going backward, you know. When you see it's going backward, now that's a different kettle of fish altogether. We got to fix that. Mr. Producer, let's hear the rest, the 3 minutes of the Prime Minister's speech.
To this country, that is as it should be. Those gains are real, but the outages Bahamians are experiencing now are also real. The lesson is not that the earlier work failed. The lesson is that the upgrade is not yet complete, that reliability has not improved evenly in every community, and that an old and overstressed system can still lose ground when demand rises or critical equipment fails. That is why our plan reaches beyond the grid. At BPL, the work has been just as hard and far less visible. Generators that were unused or idle have been brought back online. A rotor replaced, a major overhaul completed, turbochargers rebuilt, alternators repaired, engines returned to service one after another this year, each adding to the margin between you and a load shedding schedule. We executed a fuel hedge in December, 2.5 million barrels, a full year of protection, so a war on the other side of the world does not impact your light bill the way it would have if we had not executed the hedge. And the equity rate adjustment saved consumers $11.5 million last year. 1 in 5 residential customers paid no base rate charge at all. We signed agreements to bring liquefied natural gas into this country, a cleaner and cheaper fuel than the heavy oil we have burnt for generations. We have 23 microgrid and solar projects in development across the Family Islands, close to 200 megawatts of new generation with Bahamian companies as partners on almost every project. The world has noticed. Moody's upgraded our credit outlook twice in the span of 1 year, after not doing so in nearly 2 decades, and cited our energy reform as one of the major reasons. That is how a crisis becomes an opportunity. We stopped spending only to survive the next emergency and started investing to prevent the next emergency. BPL will continue restoring dependable generation while moving from rented temporary units to permanent efficient capacity. Critical overhauls must be completed. Maintenance must be planned from reliable asset data. BPL must integrate and expand battery storage systems, and rental generation must be phased out only when replacement capacity is tested and ready. BGC must complete and test the foundational grid work. The new substations must be commissioned. The transmission loop, switching capacity, protection systems, and control technology must be completed.
Now, he mentioned BTC, because I know I heard him say that. I was not understanding the relationship between BTC and BPL. He said BTC has to do some testing on some things to make sure that they're working properly. But I did not know that there was an arrangement with BTC and BPL. I was not fully aware of that. But there's a lot of work, according to what the Prime Minister is saying, because of the aging equipment and how a lot of things which were rented, we have to stop doing that. We have to get quality equipment to be able to put in place, and some things that would have happened. He talked about the saving of the fuel cost, what they had done, the hedging, he mentioned that. Otherwise, we would have been in a worse state than we are now. But the fact that the heat, the excessive heat, has really caused deterioration to an aging system. So that helps it to go deteriorate even further. And this heat wave is not like heat we used to have in the past. For the past 3 years, it's been very, very hot. And this year is the hottest still. So what I'm saying is that it's important that we have clarity, we have information on what's happening, and so that the Bahamian people could better understand how to respond. And I get a little upset when I hear bits and pieces here, there, and everywhere, and then later on down the road, you have direct contradiction to that. BPL was supposed to be set for this period of time, and is not. That was information that was given out in the past. The point is now the Prime Minister is pointing out that there's some things that have occurred, and much more work has to be done to upgrade the system, to test the system. Now, this with BTC is coming in. I was not aware that there was this arrangement with BTC and BPL. All right, that's the first time I heard the Prime Minister mention that. So BTC has some work to do insofar as this electrical system is concerned. Now, to what extent, I am not quite 100% sure. I have to look at that a little bit more closely, and so should you, so you could have better clarity and better understanding. But like I said, the Prime Minister is just mentioning all of this in his speech because he has limited time to be able to put this together. But you need the technocrats to do that, you know. They need to come in and bring the details in clarity so that the average Bahamian can understand. And I think that has been a problem in this country over the last 53 years, where those technocrats or technical people, they have not explained things in simple, basic language like I do with the Constitution. You don't have too many could do that. And the message just goes over the head of everybody. Even the highly educated don't understand. So they don't get it either. What you think about the fellow who got grade school education? And I think sometimes we just forget that. These are average, ordinary citizens who are struggling to make a living. But we got to get beyond just surviving now. But the Prime Minister said he wants us to proceed, to progress in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. So there's some things that need to change, which would make it better for business people to grow and advance their business, because you need electricity